Evening, and welcome to the Ysleta Independent School District's meeting of the Board of Trustees. The meeting of the Board of Trustees is a meeting of the board that the public is allowed to attend. As provided, Ysleta ISD Policy BED, we invite members of the public to make comments during the citizens' input portion at the start of the meeting according to the instructions provided with the electronic posting notice of our meeting. Legally, the board may listen but may not enter into discussion on matters in citizens' input. We remind everyone that this is a board meeting that is attended by students and ask that we all conduct ourselves in a manner that best represents the values and traditions of the Ysleta Independent School District. This meeting of the Board of Trustees is called to order at 6:02 p.m., and we have a quorum with Charlie Bustillos, Sotero Ramirez, Shane Haggerty, Mike Rosales, Catherine Lucero, and myself, Cruz Ochoa. Trustee Woodruff is not able to attend this meeting and is excused. Trustee Rosales, will you please introduce the JROTC for this evening?
Yes, excuse me. Good evening. It has become a tradition to honor our nation at each of our board meetings by presenting the colors, reciting the pledges of allegiance, and then posting the colors. The colors tonight are being presented by the Junior ROTC Color Guard from Eastwood High School. The Color Guard commander is Cadet Major Joseph Kumar. The other Color Guard members are Cadet Command Sergeant Major Tiffany Alvarez, Cadet Captain Ellen Olguin, Cadet First Lieutenant Elizabeth Otto. Cadet Staff Sergeant Vivian Diaz is the 11th grader from Eastwood High School. She will be our pledge leader. Will you please stand for the presentation of the colors, reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge of Allegiance, and a moment of silence. Please remain standing until the cadets have departed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now please join me in the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary Lucero, do we have citizens input this evening?
Yes, President Ochoa, we do. Mr. Nance, for proper mask wearing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board and the people that are here tonight, the information I am about to give you may save your life or the life of a loved one. 10 weeks ago, on August 15th, I was listening to Meet the Press on NBC Sunday, and Chuck Todd was interviewing a man by the name of Dr. Michael Osterholm, one of President Biden's top medical advisors. Chuck Todd asked Dr. Osterholm about mask mandates, and Dr. Osterholm said they were all right. But he continued to say that we have done a very poor job of informing the public that it's not just wearing any mask, but it's more important that you wear the right kind of mask and to wear it properly. He went on to say that cloth and surgical masks that most people are wearing today do not protect the mask wearer, and do not prevent the spread of COVID. That is, if you can smell things around you, perfume, smoke, foods through the mask you're wearing, the virus is much smaller and the molecules you are smelling, and therefore the virus is getting through that mask. That mask does not protect you or anyone around you from infection from the virus. He then said that N95 and KN95 masks worn properly did have some degree of protection. So every one of you tonight wearing anything but a N95 or a KN95 mask are not protecting yourself or anyone around you from the virus. In conclusion, as you can see, I am not an anti-mask person, as I am wearing an N95 mask tonight. But if masks for kids come up in the future, please think of my words tonight and the views of Dr. Michael Osterholm. If you do not believe anything I have said tonight, please Google Dr. Michael Osterholm on masks and read those articles, or listen to his interview on NBC with Chuck Todd on August 15th. Thank you for giving me this time to speak to you.
Thank you. Dr. De La Torre, do we have any recognitions this evening?
Yes, President Ochoa, esteemed members of the board, guests, this month we are observing and commemorating several state and national initiatives. First, the month of October brings one of our most celebrated occasions at the Ysleta Independent School District, National Principals Month. We proudly join with schools nationwide to celebrate our principals for the outstanding work and leadership they consistently provide to all of our students and schools. Thank you for helping us fulfill our mission to provide a superior educational experience to 38,000 students. Second, on October 13th, we joined with the Governor's Office to commemorate Texas Education Human Resources Day. Our HR department plays a critical role in student success by ensuring we recruit and retain the highest quality employees, and we thank them for everything that they do every day for our school district. Bobby. Also this week is National School Bus Safety Week. We stand together in honoring our transportation department for the commitment to safely transporting students to and from schools every school day. If any of you are interested in a ride-along this Friday morning, you'll need to report at 5:30 a.m. and get to experience what it's like for these folks every day when they're usually the first people that our students see, and they genuinely care for the safety and security of all students that they transport. So we want to thank them and look forward to Friday. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize some of the most dedicated supporters of the Ysleta Independent School District, our Board of Trustees. Last month, we were named the best school district in El Paso by Niche for the second time since 2019. And the leadership of our incredible trustees is instrumental in making this happen. As a small token of appreciation, if you'll open your blue box, it is something we want to present tonight, a special gift in commemoration of our #1 ranking for 2020 and our #1 ranking for 2022. Because of the pandemic, there was no 2021. Otherwise, it would be a three-peat. On behalf of our students, employees, schools, thank you to our wonderful trustees for your unfailing loyalty, vision, confidence, and commitment to excellence. And finally, I'm going to go off script and recognize, thank, and say goodbye to one of our very, very special colleagues. Dr. Abigail Tarango is attending her last meeting, unless she comes back for public comment, and she better not. She is taking a very exciting new position and role with the hospital, University Medical Center, Jacob Cintrone's organization. Congratulations to you. The last 6 years have been an absolute delight. I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone that my biggest contribution is surrounding myself with some of the most competent, intelligent, hardworking people that are the secret sauce in this district and that make all of us look good. So Abby was a big part of that, involved in 2 bonds and any number of other special projects and district initiatives. Thank you, dear. That concludes my report, President Ochoa. Who? Mr. Martinez?
Yep.
I missed it. It's not on.
Go ahead,
the
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Ochoa, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. We have one recognition for you this evening. For safety and health reasons, we ask the board and superintendent to please stand in your place on the dais throughout the presentation. Audience members, please remain seated until the recognition is complete. Thank you. Tonight's recognition is in honor of Riverside High School baseball coach Rick Solis, who was honored by the El Paso Baseball Hall of Fame with the Nemo Herrera Coach of the Year Award. Coach Solis was honored by the Hall of Fame for his leadership during the spring 2021 season when he guided the Rangers baseball team to the District 1-4A co-championship. The team went 11-1 in district play with an overall record of 20-5, capturing the by-district, area, and regional quarterfinal championships before advancing to the Sweet 16 of the state playoffs. As a result, the Rangers were the first El Paso High School baseball team in nearly a decade to reach the regional semifinals. Coach Solis, who was also named the El Paso Times Coach of the Year in June, has led the Rangers for 6 years while teaching business information management and animation. Congratulations to Coach Solis on his outstanding achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, here to accept tonight's recognition is the 2021 Nemo Herrera Coach of the Year, Riverside High School baseball coach, Rick Solis. He is accompanied by Principal Maribel Guillen. Let's hear it one more time for Coach Solis and the Riverside Rangers. This concludes our recognition this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Dr. De La Torre, do you have any reports this evening?
It appears I created my own agenda there for a minute, but did anyone else notice?
Oh, yeah.
With us this evening is Mrs. Lindley Leeper, who is going to give our monthly COVID-19 update.
Just making sure that it's on your screen. It's on mine. Hector will catch up with me, I'm sure, so I'm going to go ahead. There we go. Again, as Dr. De La Torre mentioned, we're going to talk briefly about our COVID-19 indicators for the past month. We'll look at the community-wide indicators, the vaccine status throughout the community, rapid testing, and then a little follow-up on city news to show you some announcements that are being made public right now. So as you can see, we are in code yellow. And the code yellow is largely driven by the average percent of positive tests in the community from all tests administered in the week. So as you may recall, we were running 0.3% positivity when we suspended surveillance testing in September. That is 30 out of 10,000. The reason the positivity rate right now looks so high, and you've probably seen this in the media, is because the number of tests being administered has decreased dramatically. Most people are not surveillance testing because the public is either vaccinated, naturally immune, or if they are sick, they're getting tested. So you have a very limited population that needs testing, which means when you look at the fraction, instead of being 30 over 10,000, now you're looking at 9%, 9 out of 10, but it's only because only 10 are tested and they thought they were sick. So positivity rate you have to take into consideration changes as the health of the community improves. And so we're in code yellow. We've been there for 14 days, and all the other indicators are green, which is great. So you had asked us for a district dashboard. I think you had seen the community, the city's dashboard, and it's not an easy task, and I have to give credit to Dr. Medellin. He is phenomenal. And so this went live in September, and I'm going to walk you through, we're actually going to link to it, and I'm going to let you see some of the indicators and how they work together. So you just saw the code yellow status that we talked about. If you go to this website, and it's linked from the home page under COVID-19 activity indicators, you can hover over, let's see if it'll do it for me here. There you go. You can see historical values for each of these indicators. So you can see the trend of positivity and see how in late July, or I'm sorry, just before July, it plummeted in terms of positivity, but right now it looks high. Again, the number of tests that they're doing has decreased, so that positivity looks a little higher. But you can hover over each of these indicators, and you can see the history from the time the city and the county began tracking the different indicators in these measures. Up at the top right, this is the vaccination status in El Paso, and you'll notice that we can actually compare to any county, there we go, any county in the state. So you could look at Anderson, you can look at Austin, you can look at Bastrop. And so right now, El Paso's indicators show that we are 76.96 fully vaccinated, age 12 and older, compared to the state of 63%. And then age 65, did I do that backwards? No. At least one dose of 12 and over is 73% compared, or 89% compared to the rest of the state at 73%. And then down in this bar graph here, it's just the trend of cases, but it also has historical information. If you scroll over it, you can see those highlight as I point at them. And then the next page, let me scroll down here. So the next page has even more information that we weren't able to present earlier. And I really had fun with this today. I was hovering and pulling up the tables that are behind it. And so I'm not going to go into all that detail, but down in the bottom left corner, you can see the table we've presented continuously. This tells you where the positive cases have been identified in the last weekly period. If it's less than 5 cases, we don't tell you the exact number, because if it's 1, then people are going to know immediately who that student or teacher was. So we mask that, but then we also tell you in the right column how many high-risk close contacts were identified for that positive case. And you can click on and it will highlight and pull up that area of the community. You can compare that to the other dashboards that are available and see zip code-wise what the community infection rate is like in that area. This top right graph is total absences by type. So we were really interested in, why are our kids absent? Are they absent for a COVID-related purpose? Are they absent for some other reason? And so we broke this down. If you'll notice, in August, week 32, the light blue at the very bottom, is it going to highlight? 3% of our students were absent for COVID-related purposes in week 32 of August. Now, what that means is 97% were not there for some other reason, whether they were sick, whether they were out for an appointment, traveling with family, we're not sure. But Of all the students absent, those were either they were quarantined because they were a high-risk close contact, or they were isolated because they were sick. That is a very nominal percentage. So you can tell community-wise, even school-wise, compared to community-wise, we're doing much better. Down at the bottom is the monthly positive cases divided by staff, student, teacher, or other, which again could be a contractor, right, that works for us, and we want to make sure they're healthy on the sites as well. You can actually, if it'll do it, well, there we go. So you saw I right-clicked on that data, and now I'm going to pull it up as a table. And now you can see for each of those months, what was the count for other people, how many positives total, staff positive counts, student positive counts, and teacher positive counts. So you can see that for every month since September 20, and I actually think it goes back a little further. I just didn't right-click on that particular table. It's still masked. We're not revealing anything we shouldn't be revealing, but you have a good idea then of whether it was a staff member, a student, or teacher that tested positive, and whether it was a lot or less than 5. And you can click back up here and go back to the report. All right, and Hector, you can take me out of the report now unless you have questions about it. Anything you want to see here? Yes, sir.
But getting back to that second slide that you had.
Sorry, Hector, thank you.
No, or maybe the previous slide on the positivity rate that you spoke about.
On the positivity rate?
About the numbers, do we have actual numbers as to how many people were tested and how many positive?
I suspect, let's see if it'll give me that data underneath. And Dr. Medellin is here, so he may be able to give you more information. I asked him to come if you had specific information about the data. And
Because,
he's working his way to the podium.
Percentages is good, but you can't really see the true picture.
That's right.
Unless, like you spoke, and if we had the number of positive rates over the number of people tested, I think that would give us a better indicator of what you're trying to say.
Yes, good evening. Citywide, the number of people tested are hovering around 9,000 per week. And we're getting about 700 positive cases out of those 9,000. So that's what you're seeing at like a 9% positivity
now.
rate at the city level.
At this time.
At this time. Mm-hmm.
The other time, when we were in the yellow, she mentioned that there was a larger number of people getting tested.
Yes, earlier in the year, we were having, the city was getting, the number of people tested has been dropping quite a bit. There was a time when we were testing, or they were testing almost 1 million people, 400,000 tests a week.
A week?
And they were getting,
Okay, so that's the difference. I mean, you know, the percentages might be the same, but it's the count that I'm missing here because.
It is, yes, and because as Ms. Leeper was saying, before everybody was getting tested, whether they felt sick or not. And so the great majority of the people that were tested ended up not having an issue. And now only the people that get tested and that feel sick are the ones that are being tested.
That are actually showing some symptoms.
Correct. And so
Okay.
this positivity rate is basically about the same level as what you would expect for the flu, for example.
And
It's the
that's-
same, because people don't really get a test for the flu unless they feel sick in some way.
The hospitalization, where has that, do we have, if you hover over that, can we see that?
Hospitalization rates across the
there you go.
TSIA area have remained around between 5% and 6%
Okay.
during this time.
Yeah, this kind of graph is really more of a benefit to visualize what is happening. Okay.
And that one has shown us, for example, because the city has such a high vaccination rate compared to the rest of the state. Earlier in September and October, the state saw a dramatic increase in the number of hospitalized patients, but we didn't because our vaccination rates were higher, and so the disease didn't get as severe for those who got infected.
So I see it in July that we really were going downward trend, but then we're coming back up. Is that because of the new strain that we're experiencing?
Yes, sir, it's most likely because of the new variation, the variants on.
And these hospitalizations, are they mostly because of unvaccinated people, or is it breakthroughs?
The great majority of hospitalizations and the great majority of positive cases are from unvaccinated individuals.
Okay. Do we have a number on who's been vaccinated and has been coming out positive?
The city has it on their site, and last time I was checking, we have about 2,000 active cases across the city, and out of those 2,000 cases, there were about 350 that were already vaccinated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
sir.
thank you.
Good with this now? Yes, sir? You know, to his point, when he says 9,000 were tested this week or last week in El Paso, we were testing 14,000 a week. So when you look at what our impact was to stop that surveillance testing, it was huge to the city and the community. Okay, thank you, Hector. All right, let's go. We've already talked about vaccination rates. You can see that fully vaccinated age 12 is the middle bar graph, blue against the green, and we're at 77% compared to 63 statewide. On the far right, fully vaccinated age 65 and older, nearly 90% compared to statewide 80%. So as Dr. Medellin mentioned, we're doing very well in terms of ensuring our community is vaccinated. Which brings me to the big question. Are we going to be able to vaccinate those under the age of 12? We think that this is imminently on the horizon. We believe any day we'll get the approval. Because we have stretched our own resources so tightly, so thinly, the city has already reached out to us, and we're coordinating with the fire department to create pop-up clinics across the district. We're looking at whether we do it at a high school and an elementary, only at elementaries, do it at a high school on the weekend and let people all come in. We're working out those logistics right now. So the things we do know, the city is going to provide the labor, the vaccine, and the materials, so the PPE and things like that. We're going to provide the site, as well as the site coordination, security, people to take notes and line people up, things like that. And then the dates, the time of day, and the other logistics are still to be determined. There's some discussion that it might be better to do it in an evening at the elementary school. Might be better to go during the day at an elementary school. But we have a lot more elementary campuses than we do, say, a high school where we could centralize it. So those are discussions that are ongoing with the city. As soon as we have the information, we will obviously start a public relations campaign to advertise it. We'll make sure all of you know and can spread it to your constituents. As we mentioned, surveillance testing was suspended in September, and so you can see in the far bottom or the far right at the very bottom, in October, we had 5 positives at unidentified sites, 0 at Central, 13 at elementary schools, 5 in the middle schools, and 2 in high schools. So by and large, the only testing occurring now is based on the nurse's assessment. This child has symptoms, this child has fever. I'm going to test them and either rule it out or call their parent, isolate them, and send them home. So surveillance testing has been suspended, and therefore we can't calculate a positivity rate because we don't have a broad base against which to look at those tests. And we are masking the small numbers again to protect the confidentiality of the students or staff. This I thought was very interesting. We haven't heard much out of Dr. Ocaranza. And we haven't heard much out of the Public Health Department. But what we are seeing are city announcements. And these are all announcements made within the last week, 14 days, last 2 weeks. Chalk the Block is returning. The November dates for Winterfest and Celebration of Lights Parade have been set. The zoo hosted a fundraising gala this week. Boo at the Zoo is returning on Halloween. Dia de los Muertos returns to downtown El Paso about the same time. So all of those historical annual events that the city has held are beginning to be reinstated and advertised, and the public as well. So I just thought you would find that interesting, that there seems some normalcy returning, and I think we all miss that and want to see it. And with that, I can take questions. Yes, sir.
On the students that show up positive and they're sent home, I know that I've heard this before. What do we do to support their continuing education while they're at home?
So as you may recall, and Dr. Chacon can back me up if I misstate it, TEA has allowed us 2 10-day breaks for while they're quarantined or they're sick. And we provide what we call remote conferencing support. Every campus has an assigned substitute teacher that does nothing but provide that remote conferencing support for those students who are either home because of isolation or home because of quarantine. They get 2 of those 10-day periods in case one was a quarantine and one's actually sick. So that's provided. We can't do more. We can give them more than 20 days. We can't count them present if they need more than 20 days because they're either quarantined or isolated for the illness. Did I miss anything, Dr. Chacon? Thank you.
And how about our staff, our teachers?
So with your permission and approval, last month, I think, we approved the 7-day retroactive leave. And so we have gone back to anyone who was sent home since the beginning of the fiscal year for COVID-related purposes, and they've gotten that 7-day leave restored to them. And then Ms. Russell Garcia keeps up with any positives and sends that notice out immediately.
Good, good. I just wanted to reaffirm that is
That was an
already in
important
place.
decision by the board. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, thank
I just want to thank Dr. Medellin and the staff that assisted to revamp our website. I appreciate the information. I'm sure public, teachers, and parents do as well, so thank you for that work.
He did a phenomenal job. TIS did support him, but this is largely his baby. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leeper.
Our next presentation is around college and career readiness, the district's roadmap to success. Mr. Kudir and Dan Martinez will support at the end.
Good evening, Dr. Ochoa, board members, Dr. De La Torre, I apologize. Super excited to be here with you all. We are launching our comprehensive college and career readiness plan. And so what I'm going to be doing today and what Mr. Martinez is going to be doing today is kind of highlighting the presentation we put together that we're going to be showing to all of our campuses, to all of our departments, and to our families and students. Because what we want to do is, we know that our district is innovative in everything we do, from academics, athletics, fine arts, and now what we're trying to be is be at the forefront of career and college readiness. And so what we're going to discuss today is a presentation we put together, and what we really want to do is empower our families and our students. We know we're doing a tremendous job educating our students and preparing them through high school. Now what we want to do is make sure that when they leave our district, they're fully prepared with the opportunities that are available to them. So we want to empower them and their families with the knowledge and the skills necessary to be productive citizens of our community once they leave every one of our learning communities. The other thing we want to do is create a consistent message that we want across all campuses, all departments, all family members, and everybody that talks to students and families about college and career readiness. We value both of them equally, and we want to make sure that everybody's informed. And the reason for this is, by the time they get to high school, no longer will our students be barely learning about the general information about what college and career opportunities are available to them. Now we're going to get into the minutia, and we're going to get into the details, and we're going to look at them individually and say, how can we help you prepare the opportunities that you want once you leave our high schools? Because that's our job. It's not to get to a high school diploma. It's to get them ready to be productive citizens of our community. So what I'm going to discuss with you today, I know you've all seen it because I've been in your place, obviously. So we know that we've seen all this information, but think about it from a lens of a kindergartner. Think about it from a lens of an elementary school or middle school or a family who has no kids who have gone through high school. This information here is brand new to them, and we really want to inform them and kind of give them a general overview of what our district offers, because our district does a tremendous job of offering a lot of opportunities, and we want to begin educating our students and families at a young age about what we do offer. The first thing we want to talk to them about is the accountability that's tied to college and career readiness. We all know that we look at our STAR exam, we look at our diplomas and graduation rates, and that's incredibly important. But we also know that the state says that college and career readiness is just as valued. At the high school level, it's 40% of our accountability for Domain 1, equal to our STAR exams. That's something we want to get across to our families, to say that we are just as invested in our college and career readiness as we are in our STAR results, in our EOC results. And so that's one thing we're going to talk about. The other thing we're going to talk about is, of course, the opportunities available to our students across all of our learning communities. And then lastly, the goal of it is to make sure that our students are firmly aware of what we can do to help them be prepared for their future. So how does YISD help students meet college and career readiness? As you know, we offer a wide variety of opportunities across all communities. The biggest thing is we offer our students the opportunity at 4 of our early colleges, our T-STEM programs, and our P-TAKE Academy, the opportunity to walk out of high school with an associate's degree. 2 years of education in the college level by the time that they're 18 years old. That's a tremendous opportunity that we offer in our district. Another thing that we offer is college credit courses at every single one of our campuses at no cost to our students. The ability to save money, the ability to save time, and to say you're walking out of our high schools with some college credits already is a huge investment that we make as a district, and it might empower some of our low-income students, our first-generational students, to continue their education beyond Ysleta and earn a degree, an associate's degree or bachelor's or further. We also reduce the cost of AP exams, removing that barrier of cost from our students so that they can earn college credits. It's not about raising the GPA at AP classes and getting those weighted points. It's about earning college credit. So we're trying to make sure that every one of our students that is sitting in an AP course is taking that exam and that we're preparing them the best possible way to make sure that they earn the credits that they want. Also, we offer the PSAT, the SAT, and the TSI, opportunities to prove college readiness, opportunities that open the doors to dual credit through those exams. That's something that we greatly value because we know that a student might not be able to go take the TSI at UTEP or EPCC. They might not be able to sit on Saturday and take the SAT. So we offer it on our campuses to remove that barrier and make sure that every one of our students has a clear opportunity to prove their college readiness through these exams. And then, of course, we have our wonderful CTE program that allows our students to say, maybe college isn't my pathway, but we can offer them the opportunity to be able to get a certification, to be able to get work-based learning opportunities, and to learn about careers that can make just as good of a living without the need to be able to attend college if they don't want to. Or if they want to attend college, get some experience in the career that they want to go into before they go to college. What we also want to talk to our families about is the opportunity for our students to meet college and career readiness. And there's a lot of ways that they can meet it. We can talk about the dual credit hours that they can do. We can talk about getting a 3 or better on an AP exam. We're going to talk to them about on-ramps courses. Think about a middle school and elementary kid. How many have ever heard of an on-ramps course? Probably almost nobody. So we're going to educate our families on what those courses offer, what an advanced placement course offers, and how that's measured through accountability in our district. And we want to make sure that our students and our families are fully aware of the different ways that they can hit that college and career readiness. We also, of course, want to always value career readiness just as much. And what we're going to do is explain to them how they can earn industry-based certifications in high school. That is our goal. When our students go to a CTE program, they want to walk out of there with a certification. They want to be on the pathway to making sure that when they leave our high schools, they are ready to enter the workforce if they want to join that and get the opportunities to be able to do some work-based learning opportunities. We also offer level 1 and level 2 certifications. And when you talk about that to students and parents, that's brand new to them. And what we want to do, and if you look at the way we structure our presentation, is we value careers just as much as college. It's no longer about get everybody to college. It's get everybody to have an opportunity to do what they want to do next. And that's why in every one of our presentations that we will be doing at our campuses and districts, and departments, we will make sure that careers are valued just as much as college. So one of the things I wanted to highlight is we're already doing a lot of amazing things before I even got here. None of this is my doing. This is all everybody that was before me, and this is a testament to your all's commitment to college and career readiness. We're leading the region. We were at 79% for our class of 2020 graduates. That means that almost 8 out of every 10 of our students hit college and career readiness accountability. Even in the difficult times of COVID, this is a really wonderful opportunity. Does this mean that we're perfect? Absolutely not. And we celebrate our gains and our strengths, but we also recognize that we have areas of growth. And so if you look at the numbers on the left-hand side in this blue table, you'll see that there are areas that we can improve, and we're focused on that, and we'll gladly have those discussions with you whenever you want. But things like improving our SAT scores, improving the results of our AP exams, getting more of our students to meet the TSI criteria, those are all things that we want to focus on. And by better educating our students and our families at a lower level before they get to high school, it ingrains the value of these exams. So by the time a student walks in as a freshman into any one of your high schools, they're going to be fully prepared to know that the TSI matters, that the SAT matters, that AP exams are going to get me college credit, that dual credit is going to allow me to earn all these college credits that I'm not going to have to pay for later on in life. And so we are going to improve on these numbers, and we're going to work on that. But we know that there's still a lot of things that we need to do better. But if you look at our district compared to other districts, the first year of accountability for CCMR, we were still learning what the state was. It was a moving target. We weren't sure what it is that's going to count for CCMR accountability. So everybody was at 60-something%. We were 1% off of our two largest competitors. But if you learned 2020 and 2021, we found out the secret recipe, and we knew what we had to do for our students, and that's why we were at 84% compared to the other districts, 79% even in a COVID year compared to our other districts. So the work that was done prior to me taking this position is incredible. It's a testament to Dr. De La Torre and everybody else in this district, and now we're just going to keep going to it and do better, even ingraining more of the value of college and career readiness into all of our campus to make sure we touch every one of our students and give them an opportunity. One of the things we're also going to talk to about with our students and our families is that a diploma is not the ceiling. It is the floor. It is the bare minimum that we want for our students. We want every one of our students to earn the 26 credits that they need to graduate. We also want them to pass every one of their EOCs and to earn their endorsements. But we also want them, the last two are the really critical ones, to graduate college ready in both math and English. We want none of our students to walk out needing remedial courses. We know that that's going to be a hard task, but that's something that should be a lofty goal for all of us, is to really work to ensure that our students can walk out of our high schools prepared to enter any English or math class at the college level without needing remediation. We also, of course, want our students to be able to walk out with some kind of college credits or an industry-based certification, and that's really what our goals are. The first three are non-negotiables. That has to happen. That's what we're working for. The last two are really our goals and what we want to do. That's what's going to separate us from other districts. And then we're going to talk to them about endorsements. Of course, endorsements are incredibly important, and it's something that's kind of confusing to a lot of our families. And so the way that we're going to kind of picture it is it's a major. It's kind of learning about a different field, a career pathway before you go in there. And when you think about it, how many of us as adults have changed our majors when we were in college and are doing right now what we thought we were going to do in college? And probably a lot of us changed. And so what we want to do through endorsements and programs of study is give our students the opportunity to get exposure into the different career fields while they're still in high school, so that they don't have to go to college and hopefully start changing their major 2, 3, 4 times and spending a lot of money and time on things that they might not want to study. So endorsements are incredibly important. And the more we educate our families about that, the better our students are going to be set up for their future. College readiness is also what we're going to talk about. Like I said, one of the things that we really want to focus on is no longer just about getting CCMR accountability. There's many ways to hit CCMR accountability. We talked about that earlier. Our focus is preparedness in math and English. And when we say college ready, I want to make this really clear. It is not about sending every kid to college. It's about building the foundational skills that are needed for career, for military, or college. No matter if they're going into military and taking the ASVAB, it has math and English and science. If they're going to go get certified, ask any one of our CTE teachers. It's difficult to pass those certification exams. If you don't have a basic foundation for English or math, it's really hard to pass those exams. And then, of course, for college, none of our kids should be taking remedial classes. So when we talk about college ready, it's the foundation of math and English for all students, no matter what their pathway is once they leave high school. The other thing we're going to talk about is the main ways that students can hit college readiness, and these are the 4 main ways: the TSI, the SAT, the ACT, and of course our HB5 courses. One of the things as a district that we're really looking to try to reduce is the dependence on the HB5 courses. We really want to make sure that our students hit college readiness prior to the HB5 class as a senior, so that way they can earn college credit. The other thing we want to make sure that our parents and families are aware of is where those tests and classes are accepted. HB5 classes are only good for EPCC and UTEP. SAT is accepted nationwide. TSI is accepted across the state of Texas. So those are things that are important, things that our families need to be knowledgeable about as they start planning for their students' future. And then we're going to talk about the different ways we earn college credit. And that's really important. That's one of the most important things that we can do for our families is say, look at the different ways that your son or daughter can go to Ysleta, go to Riverside, go to Eastwood, and be able to pay, not have to pay anything for a college class and not have to waste time and money later on in the future. And so we're going to educate our families on the different opportunities from on-ramps to dual credit to AP, and each of them have value, and there is no right choice. But we want students to be fully educated so that when they pick the courses that they want to take, they are fully aware of what the expectations are of those courses. And then we're going to talk about mostly the benefits of college credit courses, the money saved, The studies that show that every student who graduates with college credits is far more likely to matriculate to college and actually earn their degree. The opportunity for students to be able to not have to take remedial courses, to not be behind their peers. That's why it's so important that our students are aware of why college credit courses are a wonderful opportunity that Ysleta excels at, because we offer it at every one of our communities. But at the same time, we understand that career readiness is just as valued. And so we're also going to inform our families fully about the wonderful opportunities that CTE has. CTE is our hidden gem. It's a wonderful thing that we have in our district that we really want to highlight to all families, especially at the elementary and middle school level, because they might not be fully aware of what that's offered. So being able to talk about the industry certifications that are offered, about the opportunities for work-based learning opportunities, the opportunities to work to get certifications, and to be able to go into post-secondary programs that can help them earn even more certifications. And then really educating them about the careers that are available. Because many of these careers are just as lucrative as any career that has a college degree. And so we're committed to making sure that we provide that information to our students and to our parents so that they can see the value of both college and career. And of course, we're going to talk about our programs of study. And our programs of study is a deeper dive into the different endorsements. It's really focusing. So for example, if you take the idea of studying business, well, there's a lot of things that fall under business. So being able to know what the different programs of study are available at each of our high schools is something that we want to make sure that all of our families are fully aware of. Because by the time they walk into that high school, whether it be Eastwood, Del Valle, Hanks, they want to know exactly what is offered at each of those schools. And we're working with our college and career readiness teachers at the 8th grade level to be able to better inform our 8th graders about programs of study. That's actually something we're going to do next week. So we're really excited about better educating our students at the middle school level about the programs of study. Oops. And this is the last slide that I'll be covering before I turn it over to Mr. Martinez. And this is really what drives why we're doing this. You might ask, why are we doing this? Why are we rolling this out? Why does it matter at the kindergarten level, at the elementary level? And it's because of this. So we did a survey with our 10th through 12th graders. And it wasn't going to be this big of a survey. It turned out to be a lot bigger than I thought. I presented it to Super SAC, and I thought I'm going to get some feedback on student opinion, because I think everything we do should be driven by student input. It's their dreams, it's their opportunities. We want to know what they want. Well, it ended up being over 2,500 students that responded to it. And a couple of things stand out from that survey that we did. 50% of our students are set on going to a four-year college. So that's awesome. But that also means 50% are not set on that. And they have other ideas. So we have to be aware of that and be able to offer them information, resources, consistent information that is going to make them be able to be aware of what opportunities are available other than a four-year school. 16% of them have no idea what they want to do yet. They're already 10th graders at the high school level, and they don't know what they want to do. We want to eliminate that portion, because we want our students to have a good idea of what they want to do by the time they enter high school. 88% of students talk mostly to their family and friends. And that's really striking, because that's something that means that if we don't do a better job educating our families, our students, their peers, of what's available at our district and what opportunities are available once they leave our district, then they're not going to be fully informed and they're not going to make the most wisest decisions. So we want to make sure that from kindergarten on, we are giving a consistent message so that when they talk to mom and dad, when they talk to Tio and Tia, when they talk to grandma and grandpa, or to their friends after school, all of them have heard the same thing and they're getting the right information. We don't want to be giving the wrong information to our students. Other thing we want to talk about is cost. Look at that, 79%, 8 out of every 10 of our kids, when they decide, what am I going to do in my future? Cost is the biggest thing to them. So talking to them about the free TSI, the SAT, the college credit courses, the way to earn an associate's degree or to get a certification is incredibly valuable. We don't ever want cost or money to be the reason why a student doesn't follow their opportunities that they have. And so that's really the thing that is driving this entire presentation, is this survey, because it's the feedback that we got from our students. And so now Mr. Martinez will present to you how we plan to get this message across to the entire district.
Richard, before you leave.
Oh, I'll be back for questions, I promise. I'm not leaving.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
letting him finish the rest of the presentation.
Good evening once again. I want to touch on some points that Mr. Cudier just referred to. And again, that number, 88% of students referring to their friends or family to learn more about their next steps, talk about college, so on and so forth. So here's how we're going to be able to help our parents better understand what all of these terms mean, whether you're talking dual credit, whether you're talking AP, the difference between the ACT, the SAT, so on and so forth. And I do want to share that this is rather personal, considering that I was a CTE teacher in this district, and I'm a product of CTE in the Ysleta district. So I want to show really quickly here. I'm going to go ahead and go over to our website. And we've actually put together a website that we are going to be promoting across the district for our parents to be able to come to and actually learn about all the different terminologies that are involved with CCR. And what's the reason behind this is that most parents are busy during business hours. So yes, they might have a question. Yes, they can email their counselor. But when they want to do research on their own time about what's ahead for their child, whether their child is in pre-K or already in high school, we have plenty to offer. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down on this website for you all to see. We have the blueprint in front of you that was printed in that larger paper. That is going to walk you through the steps that we have set up for our students to follow from pre-K all the way to 12th grade, and all the different components that the district has to make our students successful for the future. Whether you're talking pre-K, getting the opportunity to learn about different careers with career discovery, or going all the way to high school with the college credit options that Mr. Cudier just went over. And as you scroll down, you'll actually be able to click on each of these tiles that you all see. And once you click on them, you'll actually be able to learn more about what each of these activities does for the student. And not only that, they'll be able to click on what AP is. When they click on Go Center, it'll actually give them a directory to the Go Center specialists across the district so that they can call them if they need to get any questions answered. And last but not least, we have many different opportunities for our students once they hit their high school career, whether we're talking about the different collegiate academies or whether we're talking about the P-Tech Academy, our career center. This will take them all there to get all that information. It's a one-stop shop for them to learn about it. So before I wrap up my portion of the presentation, I did want to show you a video that we put together that I personally have really enjoyed, and my awesome team really helped contribute to all of this. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this video here.
Building a strong academic foundation is the key to success after high school. That's why the Ysleta Independent School District prides itself on preparing all students to be college and career ready at every grade level, from pre-K through 12th grade. Your first step to being college and career ready starts in pre-K. Attending full day provides your student the tools they need to achieve. At the pre-K level, students are encouraged to explore their natural curiosity and learn about higher education. We do this through special events like College Dress-Up Day and engaging presentations by local career professionals.
I do not like that Sam-I-am.
In elementary school, students are immersed in a variety of learning opportunities that focus not only on academics, but a variety of professions and careers. By third grade, our learning opportunities expand with programs like robotics, where students learn to construct, program, and operate robots. This is where they also begin participating in regional competitions. By introducing academic events in areas that include reading, writing, chess, poetry, and fine arts at a young age, we are preparing students for a stronger understanding of real-world problem solving. We are also developing their communication skills, which are essential for college and career success. By the 8th grade, students are well-versed in a variety of college and career opportunities. To supplement this, every student participates in a college career readiness course to guide them in the research and development of a college and career readiness achievement plan. Thanks to our streamlined curriculum, students are connected to a wide range of learning opportunities through 12th grade. Every high school student at Ysleta ISD may choose from one of our many specialized programs, everything from early college high school programs, collegiate academies, from business to health professions, or the district's Career Center. At the same time, students are learning about college admissions, scholarships, financial aid, and opportunities in the military sector at their home campuses. With the highest scores in college, career, and military readiness among the 3 largest school districts in El Paso, the District of Champions is the place for your child's success.
This video will be shown to our parents from the elementary level all the way to middle and high school so that they're aware of the different opportunities coming their way. And last but not least, this website is actually going to be a living website. Obviously, that means as things change or whether we start adding new things to our programs, we'll be able to update it here and make it basically a launch board for our parents to be able to go to one-stop shop here and then be able to find out more information about our different offerings. And at this point, I'll go ahead and take any questions that you may have, or if you have any for Mr. Cudera as well.
Richard, on slide 10, I think it was, you show the endorsements.
Yes.
Are these available to every student in our district?
The 5 endorsements? Yes, the endorsements are available at our campuses.
At
Now, the
each
different programs of
campus?
study would vary by campus to campus, the different programs of study available. Mr. Marcus would be able to give you the better information as far as
Okay.
what exactly each program of study is available at each of our campuses.
So do we
But we do offer the 5 endorsements.
Okay, so we do accommodate our students if they choose that it's not in their particular high school, they can go to, or
I believe we're in an open enrollment district, so
Correct.
I
And
believe.
actually, in your packets here, we provided the program of study available for your particular high school and at the Career Center. And you can also see the different pathways that the high schools offer under each program of study now.
So I just want to make sure that that the public knows that we afford any student the availability of these pathways, no matter where they live in the district.
Yes, not every school offers the same program
No,
of
no.
study, but yeah, there are
But
the
we
different
can
pathways.
accommodate them
It is
some
an
way.
open enrollment district too, yeah.
Yes, and also that's something to note because, for example, Hanks High School, they offer the business pathway, they offer the engineering pathway, and then they can still choose that pathway and they can still attend Hanks High School, but they can also attend the Career Center if they want to continue studying in a career that's not available, a program that's not available at Hanks but is available at the Career Center. And that's really kind of the advertisement that we want to make, is that we offer all these programs at all our schools, and it's not limited to just Hanks, that you can
Right.
also attend the Career Center at Riverside and continue getting exposure to different careers.
And that's what I wanted everybody to know, that it's not limited to just that particular area. Another thing that I wanted you to stress, and I think it's mostly very important, is why do they need an endorsement?
And really, the endorsement is required by the state of Texas, but it's not because of the requirement that it's about learning the different opportunities of careers. And that's what I went back to the idea of how many times have we changed majors when we're adults in college. So being exposed to a different career path in a program of study is really going to help guide a student once they leave our high schools into the majors that they should study to go into the career pathways that they want to. Or if they want to go into the career fields, taking the courses in the CTE, they will better prepare them for the career field that they want to get into. So yes, it's a state requirement, but that's not really the most valuable part of it. It's
No.
exposing our students to what they want to do in their future.
But I tell my students to go, if they want STEM endorsement, that'll be a great advantage to them if it's on their diploma.
Absolutely.
And can you explain that why?
Yeah, absolutely. So a STEM endorsement is incredibly important because if you want to work into the field of STEM, so as you're applying to colleges, let's say you want to apply to MIT, and you have a STEM endorsement, that shows a passion and a commitment to that field because you said, during my high school years, I took classes that better prepared me to be able to enter a major in a college that is in a STEM field. So absolutely, it gives colleges the information that they need to kind of help you know that what is that student's passion, what is that student's desire to do afterwards, and what is their commitment to it. Especially when you're looking at highly competitive colleges, you're absolutely right. It's something that's going to be a nice little kudos to that student or something that might help them stand out.
Yes. Okay. That's what I was fishing for. Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other questions that anybody might have? Mr. Rosales?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. You know, I got into this education field 7 years ago. And as time has evolved, I've learned a few things that I wish that I knew that were there. But where I'm driving at, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, is that what you're doing and what this district is doing is that we're setting up a path, a true pathway for our students to follow through and become successful. Now, having said that, and I'm kind of letting the cat out of the box here. I have been, for the last 3 years, working on the side to see how we can improve the quantity and quality of employment in this community. We can train our kids, and we do it every year. Our children are all over this country, and our tax base continues to go sideways. Now, when I hear what you're saying or what you're doing, I commend you. But it's going to have to be an effort, Dr. La Torre. I think you're going to have to be part of the equation. I have already set up some preliminary meetings with Dr. Sarata. In other words, not only are we helping our kids do what we should have been doing, not that we didn't do it, but we're setting up for those children that want to have an opportunity to be employed here, that elect to stay here. It's crazy for me to say, well, everybody ought to live in El Paso. No. But we're training too many thousands, and they live in the corridor of Georgetown and Austin and Dallas and what have you. And where's our tax base? Can any of you tell me how many corporations we have here? I'm open. I had a discussion with one of my policyholders the other day, and she was a school teacher. She was complaining about taxes. And the question I asked her, I said, well, how many corporations do you think we have? She said, about 15. I said, really? Can you name them? No. I said, why don't you try 2? This is where I think this thing is going to lead us and lead this community into something that we have never tracked. And one of the things that I hope to be part of, we got to move on this thing. We can't just sit here for another 10 years. But we've got to move on this thing for the benefit of our children, for the benefit of this community. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to our children. We cannot just prepare them. 20 years ago, I had a project in Dallas, and that's where I found out the tremendous lure that our children, I'm just going to use the University of Texas El Paso Engineering Department. They can't wait for them to graduate. These guys got a job before they leave here. And you know what? They ain't coming back. So my point to you, if we can do this and we continue, and I hope that we stay with this, we've got a tremendous opportunity to deliver to this community like never before. Thank you, Richard, and all the people that you're involved with.
Yeah, and by the way, thank you, Mr. Rosales, but it is by no means a Richard Kadir project. This is what's wonderful about our district, what I've learned since I moved here. It is a total team effort. It's driven by our superintendent, but there are Mr. Martinez, Dr. Chacon, Mr. Rendon. There are so many people that are involved in this program, and I'm just a small part of this. So it is a true collaborative effort, and they are the ones that really deserve all the praise.
I fully agree with you. The leadership of this administration is unreal. And I thank all of you. You come in here and you stay here with us till 9 o'clock once a month. And I know you love it. But
Okay.
But anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales. I think I'll just go down the line, if you don't mind.
I want to say that I really appreciate this information. I was that parent that had no clue about anything prior to becoming a board member as far as what programs do we offer, how do I get my child on a proper career path. And so my kids have attended YISD from pre-K into graduation. So I really think this is excellent information. I'm glad that we're starting since they're young and really promoting it and getting it out there. And I appreciate the collaboration between departments. And I do understand what Trustee Rosales is saying as far as making sure we tie in the businesses so that we don't have that brain drain and we keep our students here because they're the wealth of our community. They're the future. But I want to congratulate the efforts and I hope to see this continued effort and more in the future.
Absolutely. And this is just the beginning, so we're really excited about the things that we're going to be able to do with our community.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mr. Ramirez?
Thank you. Richard, first off, I apologize. The first question I'm going to ask, I should have asked you when we were talking earlier.
That's okay.
I noticed on one of your slides, you talk about the fact that we charge our families $15 per AP course.
I think, yes, it's over here. There it is.
Yeah, take AP exams for college credit at the reduced price of only $15. It's my understanding that we charge $15 at YISD, but some of the other districts, including like EPISD, they don't charge their students. Is that correct?
That's actually, I can't speak to Socorro. I don't know what Socorro is, but coming from another district, actually EPISD charges more.
Okay.
For our economically disadvantaged at EPISD, they would charge the $15. For the ones that aren't economically disadvantaged, the prices range up to $35. Now, there are campuses that would help offset the cost for AP exams, and I know that some of our campuses work to help those students who might not be able to afford the $15 be able to afford it. We never want to make $15 be the reason why a student doesn't get college credit. So I know our campuses work with our students like that, but what's wonderful about ours is the max that a student's going to pay is $15. Where if you went to EPISD schools like Franklin and Coronado, they're charging $35 per test. So it does vary, but at our district, nobody pays more than $15. And I know, speaking with some of our principals, they do help those students that cannot afford the $15.
And when you say that, you're talking about EPISD or you're talking about us?
Our principals here.
Okay.
I'm talking about, I don't belong to that district anymore. I'm here.
I guess, and without throwing a whole lot of stones at things, I'd like us to look at that $15 and talk about how much money that is. And then this other thing, and I understand why we do things like that, but this other thing where a school has to absorb the cost of that and find the money for it, I have a problem. I personally have a problem with that. And so rather than asking the trustees to consider looking at that and eliminating that price, and by the way, I think people have to buy in. They have to have a personal investment in this thing. And so, I don't know, I'd like for us to look at it a little closer and see some common practices across the state and kind of get a better feel for that if with everyone's permission here and that sort of thing. So I apologize. I did not mean to
Absolutely.
to surprise you with that.
It's a good question, and we could definitely look at that for you.
The other thing too is that I want to make two comments. The first one is last year, Dr. La Torre and the trustees, and thanks to the wonderful leadership of our cabinet, and most importantly to my principal, Ms. Rendon, we graduated our first early college academy, thanks to leadership and thanks to her passion. And so it's very personal to me, and I'll be forever grateful. As a person, as a trustee, as a member of that community, that you change your trajectory of so many students and their families forever. And so, thank you very much. It's very personal. But we need to create those opportunities for all our schools and for all our kids, and I think we're getting better at that. And Dr. La Torre and I have talked about this at length. So I just wanted to say that because that's still a special moment. Thank you, Sylvie. The next thing is that on last Saturday, the community college held their annual Building Bridges dual credit early college high school conference. I saw a number of YISD folks who attended during the week. That was a long conference.
Yeah. 3 days.
4 days.
Oh, 4 days.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and
That's true,
Saturday.
4 days.
But anyways, and by the way, it was all virtual, so nobody lost any time here. But on Saturday, Dr. Troutman from the University of Texas talked about the value of dual credit in early college high school, not only to students and families, but also to communities And it was really interesting. I thought I knew a lot about dual credit in early college, and had my eyes opened quite a bit about, while it creates opportunities for students to graduate, some in as little as 2 to 3 semesters with an undergraduate degree, other students took a different route, and I was just really, really surprised. So I will send the link to Dr. Chacon for Dr. Troutman's link at UT, but amazing data, amazing information, and just kind of validates what I think we already know about the success that these types of programs and these initiatives have. And then I think if families understand this a little bit more, or actually a lot more, I think it'll make a huge difference. And so I'm thrilled. I challenge Dan and his team to, spread the word, man. Shout it from the highest mountain type thing, and let folks know, what we're capable of doing and what we are doing. This is not a new initiative. This is just, we're framing it a little differently.
Yeah.
So.
And even to your point, we're no longer calling our HB5 nights HB5 nights. They're college and career readiness nights. It's really about getting that message, because HB5 doesn't mean anything to our families, but college and career readiness does. So you're absolutely right. It's about the messaging. It's about getting the information. And that's why we're working on this. And we're really proud of the work that we've done.
Well, thank you so much. And again, thanks to the whole team. And I like the website, Dan. That was really great. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you. Again, I just want to reiterate what everybody said here tonight. Thank you. I know for a fact that we're lead district, and it's because of programs like this. It's because of programs like what Dr. Medellin just wrote, that everybody looks to the district to see what it is they're doing. We don't need to look and see what our neighbors are doing, because we're the ones leading the way. And this is just one more thing that we do to prove that we're the ones leading the way. I like that you highlighted the career readiness. Personally, I think that everybody should go to college, but maybe not necessarily right after high school. I think that people mature at a different rate. You talked about and didn't shy away from, we need to show these kids the different degree paths that are there. I went to UTEP after high school. I changed my major 3 times before I dropped out. It took me 10 years to go back, and I was finally mature enough at 10 years later to finally earn my degree, but I did. So again, that's why I kind of think that college is for everyone, but until you're mature enough to be able to go and complete a degree, you need to have something that will make you a productive member of society. Whether you're going to be a productive member of society or go to college, you have to have that family component. You have to have that support at home. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. And again, I've never seen a district that puts that in the forefront like you guys have, where you say 88% of people look to their family for, do I go to college? Do I go become a fireman like my dad did? What do I do? It's that support that's going to get you there. And that you're including them from kindergarten on is just going to give these kids that much of a bigger level of success. But I did have a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
On slide 4, where you talked about the PSAT.
Okay.
Is that still being considered? Are we eliminating the PSAT with the changes to EIF policy? Or
we're still offering.
They can still elect to take it? Do we pay for it?
Yeah, absolutely. I can answer to that. So we are offering the PSAT. Our 8th graders and our 10th graders will be taking it on October 26th. And this year, because COVID impacted so many students, we actually offered it open to every one of our 11th graders that wanted to take it. We're not requiring all 11th graders to take the PSAT, but in case they missed the opportunity last year, we didn't want to limit any student that missed it as a 10th grader. So all 11th graders were given the opportunity to. We did a little form survey that we sent out to all the students. Mr. Martinez worked with us on being able to send out a text to parents that said, if your son or daughter is an 11th grader and would like to take the PSAT, please complete it. Those who said that they did want to take it, they got a test bought for them. So all of them are going. And then our 11th graders in March will be taking the SAT.
Thank you. And then on slide 7, where you have the ACT at 1%, is that 1% of the kids that took the ACT met the standards, or is that?
Yeah, so in our district, we are pretty much an SAT district. We start with the PSAT from 8th grade on, and so very few of our students actually take the ACT. Those that want to take it can take it. Obviously, we inform them of the ability of their low income to be able to get the waivers to be able to take the exam for free. But the vast majority of our students take the PSAT and SAT, so it's very, very few students who actually take the ACT, because they're widely accepted by both tests are widely accepted across all universities.
So I guess my question is it 1% of our
This is 1% of students, the graduating seniors, that met the criteria for, like, let's say, reading, of the ones that took it,
So if 100 kids took it, only one of them passed or was college and career ready?
I'm sorry,
Out of, let's say 100 kids took the ACT, only one of them was,
yeah, so if you have 100 kids took it, only one, but if you look at our numbers, and I can probably get you the numbers more accurately, it's probably a very tiny percentage that actually take it, because none of our students really need to. We give it to them for free, the SAT, so most of them say, if I'm going to take an exam, I'd rather pay for an exam. They probably go take the SAT again because they can super score it, whereas the ACT, they'd only have one score. A super score allows them to combine their scores. So since we give the PSAT and SAT, the vast majority of our students, if they decide to pay for an exam, take the SAT again to try to get a better score than their first time.
that works.
But yeah, it's a very tiny percentage because almost nobody takes it. But I can work on trying to get you that number of how many took it.
Cool. And then my last comment was kind of based off your comment, the $15 for the AP test. And since, again, we're the district, maybe we can look at different options that will still give that sense of buy-in. Maybe I don't have $15, but I've taken this class and I'm ready to take an AP test. And that being the case, maybe we can use you to tutor kids that aren't in an AP class, but you may be able to help them out with that and just do service hours. Maybe they don't count towards their service hours for graduation because they're getting something out of it. But there's a way around that $15.
And that's something we can definitely look at with Dr. De La Torre and see what we can do. The original cost of the exam is $93, so our district does do a lot to reduce the cost, but I understand there is some students that $15 is just not something that, and I know speaking to like our principals from Del Valle and from some of our other campuses, they work with our kids. And what's really great about it, and I asked this question, is we have a deadline for ordering exams. And so that deadline is November 15th, and I asked, what about if a kid hasn't paid? Do we still order the exam? And we do as a district. We order and we work with them to try to get the money for them or try to pay for it somehow. So we don't ever deny a student from ordering an exam. And that's something that I verified, that we do order those exams. If a student wants to take it and they don't have the $15 by November 15th, we work with them and we still order their exam. So we don't deny our students.
Thank you.
Richard, I just wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Haggerty said. During the peak of the pandemic, there was a lot of discussion about SAT and taking the test because they couldn't give the tests in the big rooms like they used to, sort of thing. And a number of universities and colleges across the nation stated that, well, they were thinking about moving away from SATs and, college entrance exams and looking at other things. And they already had things in place, variables or, points for consideration. But I'm just curious, is that discussion still ongoing, or?
It's still an ongoing discussion, and unfortunately, part of the problem is that the SAT is still one of the few ways you can prove college readiness in math or English. So for example, our early college students, talking about Ysleta, who might not take the TSI math because they qualify for classes in another way, if they don't have an SAT score that makes them college ready in math, that kind of delays their ability to be even accepted into some colleges and stuff like that because they don't have a score to prove their college readiness. And so SAT still has a value. Yes, it's been diminished, and you're absolutely right, and some schools see it as still more important than others, but there is value to it as far as proving college readiness. And our state still only offers those 4 ways of proving college readiness: TSI, SAT, ACT, and the House Bill 5 classes. So,
Okay. Thank you.
absolutely. Anything else I can answer?
Yes.
Last, I had one question.
Absolutely.
I have a senior. Are we giving any tutoring or anything like that for SATs? Because right now I'm having to hire a tutor for him to obviously pick up the scores. Obviously, the higher the scores, the better chances we get.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we're doing with PSAT this year to try to really make it a focus and an importance and put value to it is we're doing a PSAT challenge. And so I reached out to all the campuses, our 8th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade schools, campuses, and said, we really want to find ways to be innovative in helping prepare our students, whether it be through camps, utilizing Khan Academy, exit tickets and bell ringers of old questions. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at the results from the previous year, not the year that had the COVID, but the previous year before that, and say who had the biggest growth. And we're going to actually give them a nice little plaque that says, okay, if Riverside Middle School, let's say you were at 18% of your 8th graders the previous year had the benchmarks for both reading and writing, and this year you did a lot of tremendous things, and you got up to 40%. You had the highest growth. we're going to give you a nice plaque, a pizza party, celebrate you, throw you on social media with Mr. Martinez's thing, and really make an emphasis about growing our percentage of students who hit the benchmark. It's not about being the top of the district. It's about making growth every year. And so we're absolutely putting a lot of emphasis on PSAT and SAT this year, and even more so in the upcoming years to make sure that our students see value in it. And that's also why we're doing this campaign, because we don't want to give tests anymore for the sake of giving tests. We want our students to see, why are you taking this test and what doors does it open for you? So you're absolutely right. It's something that we want to grow the importance of.
And lastly, I'm going to take a question that you took when you were sitting up here.
Okay.
How are we going to see all this data once our kids leave? Do you have something planned for that? So
As far
we
as
know
data
for
Dr.
careers,
Medellin-
how many of our kids are going to college and being college ready? How many going on careers and being ready?
Yeah,
Are we
and
gonna-
if you notice, I mean, from the dashboard Dr. Medellin put together for COVID, he's a wizard with numbers. And so he does a wonderful job of providing our campuses, our leadership. All the time I see numbers of what our kids are for hitting the different benchmarks. And when we have our high school principal meetings, when we have our assistant principal leadership meetings, we always talk about college and career readiness. Ms. Rendon's been incredibly wonderful in allowing me to always present information data. Dr. Medellin gave an overview of CCMR to all of our principals and the data. So we are making it a focus within our leaders, and then they trickle it down to their staff and to their teachers and stuff. So absolutely, we're always looking at the data, and it's something that we're making a priority.
But I'm talking about the kids that leave us already. So our seniors, are we going to have something that we can go back and look at how
The
successful they are?
I don't know about successful, but the NCAA
Or-
Clearinghouse can show you what students matriculate, because part of what's called CCMR outcome bonus, which is a way that we get funded as a district, part of it is tied to the students matriculating to college. It's no longer about being college ready. It's about making sure that students matriculate to college. And so that's part of the funding that we as a district depend on. So Dr. Medellin does a wonderful job of pulling that data of students who not only meet college readiness, but then actually move on to college. And that's provided to all of our campuses and to our district's superintendents and directors.
Thank you and great job.
Thank you. And
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's his fault since Charlie
That's
did
okay.
that. You know, I had the chance to participate in a leadership program with TASB, and it was an interesting year and learned an awful lot. But one of the interesting things is that we had trustees from all over the state, from really big ISDs to small ISDs, and then from very poor to very rich, and until you sit with a group of people at midnight to talk about Robin Hood, you just don't know the other perspective. And one of the things that came up was for our students who leave us and then they go on, you know, we do all this wonderful stuff. But one of the things that a couple of the more resource-heavy districts shared with me was that they see a large number of students come back after that first semester because they haven't developed the life skills, even the simplest things to help them cope with that. It doesn't mean they quit school. They may just go to a school that's closer to home or something that makes life a little easier. I'm just curious, have we thought about how we're going to address some of that?
Yeah, and so I agree completely. And so one of the things that we're really working on, and this is something that Mr. Marquez has been kind enough to let us collaborate with him, is our Go Center specialist, and really working with them on helping educate our students better about the different opportunities that are available to them, and truly understanding about finding the right college fit. That's something that we're really doing. So on our early release days, my department is actually working with our Go Center specialists and our 8th grade CR teachers to create a vertical alignment to better inform students and families of the different opportunities available to them and how to pick the right college. Because it's not about name brand and saying UT has a great football team, so I'm going to go there, or Harvard sounds like an amazing school, so I'm going to go to Harvard. It's about finding what's the right fit for a student so that they don't come back. If they choose to leave our community and go to college somewhere else, we want to make sure that it's the right fit and that they're successful there. So that's one of the things that we're really working with our Go Center specialists is using programs that are available through College Board, like Big Future and things like that, to look at weather, city size, college size, different things like that, so that when you pick a school, you feel comfortable with it and don't ever feel like that's not the right fit for me and you have to come back.
Thank you.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Any other
Anything else I can
questions?
answer? And I am so sorry for taking so much time. I know I'm going to keep you here longer than you expected.
It was needed. It's really appreciate you gentlemen coming and presenting to us, and thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Have a wonderful evening.
Our next presentation comes to us from Riverside High School. With us this evening is our principal, Maribel Guillen, and her assistant principal, Rob Robledo, who will be presenting on the Career Center and the P-TECH Academy update.
Hello, good evening, President Ochoa, members of the board, and certainly Dr. De La Torre. I'm Rob Robledo. I believe I've had the opportunity to meet the majority of you all. If not, certainly it is great to see you all again. With me, of course, I'm joined by Ms. Maribel Guillen, my boss, and one of the leaders of the Lower Valley. Very excited today to present to you all in regards to our programs of study at the Career Center. Definitely a great segue from what Mr. Corrier had an opportunity to talk about. And before jumping into the presentation, I want to touch on, and I think it's definitely a great opportunity to discuss the collective efforts as far as the leadership has been concerned. In the 3 months that I have had the opportunity to oversee the Career Center, I can tell you that it is a very diverse group of students that is made up of all 7 comprehensive high schools. So you are going to find that we are well balanced throughout all comprehensive high schools as far as enrollment is concerned. And this week alone, we had a chance to visit 2 of our high schools that allowed us to stay the entire day and certainly visit with our students, and that was Del Valle High School and Ysleta High School. The number of applications that we've received back in regards to interest of many of the programs we're going to talk about today was 137. Roughly more than we anticipated, and certainly we've shown a lot of interest in a new program that we're going to be introducing certainly next year with board approval, and also a lot of buzz going on around the construction that's coming our way over the next 2 years. So with that being said, my role, my responsibility certainly is to oversee the infrastructure as far as the instruction is concerned. So everything from working collectively with teachers on a day-to-day basis. Bear in mind, the instructors that we have for the Career Center are professionals in the industry that have turned into education to support our kids. So a lot of the tailored information that they're able to provide our kids and the work experience certainly highlights, and it gives our students an opportunity to get direct insight as to what those particular careers hold. In addition to that, I work very closely with our executive cabinet, with our chiefs and our associates certainly, and obviously our directors of not only CTE, but also of college readiness with Mr. Richard. I can tell you that a lot of the discussions that we have on a weekly basis are geared towards 3 particular areas that are a direct mirror image of what our Encore 2025 goals are. Our future being, we highlight 13 indicators. Richard had touched on industry certifications being one of those. Our role and our responsibility is to be able to provide back to each corresponding high school industry certifications that we provide and that we afford through our programs. Our second is certainly our people. You'll find, as I mentioned, many of the individuals that we work with on a daily basis, not only our instructors, but also our work-based partnerships and affiliations are certainly individuals that have our students' best interest in mind. And lastly is our investment. And our investment is certainly going into the facelift that we're soon to find on Vocational Road. I do want to touch a little bit on Vocational Road, and I'm going to do this plug really quick because I did ask Ms. Leeper if it would be feasible upon the completion of the construction to change the Vocational Road title to maybe Career Path or something along those lines to give the street name something a little bit more attractive, and it doesn't sound so antiquated with vocational. I'm understanding if you use the word vocational, you seem to be showing your age a little bit. So something to consider certainly in the future, you all. But I do want to jump directly into our programs of study. Now, as you all know or may not know, we have 11 programs of study with our Career Center. And many of these programs of study attract students that ultimately college may not be their number one priority or choice of upon graduation, but they directly want to go into the workforce. And certainly that's something that we feel really reinforces our mantra, which is today's students, tomorrow's workforce. If you find any of our platforms, and we promote our campus a great deal, not only through social media, obviously that being one of the more affluent platforms that you'll find students on, but we also distribute a weekly newsletter that informs all 7 high schools of things that are going on a daily basis. Now, the newsletter is electronic and it goes out every Sunday morning. That newsletter's purpose is to inform and to provide what is the most up-to-date information that we have going on in the industries that we're serving. And that's something that we pride ourselves on a great deal. Now, I do want to jump into what we consider to be something very successful in some areas, and other areas certainly that we need to grow on in regards to our work-based learning. And I want to see if this is going to pull up on your end. With our architectural program, certainly if you see right under what is program of study pathway, you'll see architectural design. Now, this is a unique program in that it attracts a different kind of student. Currently in this program, we have 2 of what's currently our valedictorians for 2 of our high schools. The first one being Bel Air High School, and the second one being Riverside High School. With our work-based partners there, we listed them, and I'm going to go ahead and read these off to you. Century Fire Systems, Cox Design Association, Marathon Petroleum, and Raxis Engineering. Now, the importance of being able to create these partnerships and these affiliations speaks a lot to what the board was discussing a little bit earlier during the college and career readiness presentation. It speaks to being able to give students early access in regards to what's afforded to them upon graduation. I think often what these internships give our students is early exposure to things they may not necessarily be accustomed to. Our goal is to be able to get them in the field, to be able to learn the social skills that we just discussed that they may lack, to be able to understand the soft skills and the technical skills that they may need to be able to be successful in a role or responsibility like that. As we scroll down here, I want to touch on one particular program that we feel, although has great work-based learning opportunities, every high school in our district affords to some capacity an audio and video production program. We've noticed a bit of a decrease in the enrollment of that particular program, and we have decided and we've made a decision, a conscientious decision, we feel, to be able to absorb that program over to Riverside High School and introduce a fresh new program that, out of the 2 high schools we visited, has already shown a great deal of attention. And looking at that, it's listed right underneath there, and that's looking under the marketing and sales. Now, real estate is a program that we were looking to open up in 2022-2023 school year. A lot of what our decision was for that is that it attracts a different type of student, okay? It attracts a type of student certainly that may be a little bit more entrepreneurial in their ways. It attracts a student kind of like what architectural design is, in that it's more not only local but regional opportunities for kids to go out and seek that. What this offers for our kids and what we would be able to provide is what is fundamentals of real estate and a practicum in marketing real estate 1. Ultimately, our goal would be to get our kids to graduate with a real estate sales agent license on graduation. Now, this is something new. It isn't something that's going to require a great deal of real estate per se with the new construction, but it is something that we feel certainly will be able to attract a different kind of kid, really. Going back to, let's see if I can swing back over here. There we go. Now, certifications. Certifications is something that we place a great deal of emphasis on, certainly. In years past, and what we've done is we provided you all a 3-year trend analysis as far as certifications are concerned. We've had what we've considered and we've often discussed as a COVID slide. The past 19 months have been educational recovery. But what we're really preaching on our campus and we're really focusing on is our emphasis is not to be placed certainly on what COVID has prevented us doing, but certainly we want to use that as a springboard as far as what we can certainly accomplish over the next couple of years. Now, With our certifications, 9 out of our 11 programs previously were able to allow an A through F certification opportunity for our kids. This year, we are seeking to have 11 out of our 11 programs provide that opportunity for A through F. If you look at particular campuses and what type of student that we're receiving from each particular campus, we want to be able to afford them a certification that they can leave with from the Career Center that they can add to a portfolio, and certainly that can make them more employable upon graduation. That's our goal and our responsibility for that. Now, I do want to touch on a couple of areas that I feel have been successful areas, and then certainly we can discuss areas of focus and what we're going to do to remedy areas of focus. Our architecture and construction career pathway is one that I feel is one of the more successful. You're going to find 2 dynamic instructors in that particular certification area. And what they've managed to do is they've managed actually through a pandemic to raise the number of certifications that they've received. From 25 in 2018, 25 in 2019, 2020, and then 36 in 2020, 2021. Now, something that's more of an anomaly of what you'll see as far as people receiving certifications during the pandemic. And a lot of that is due to their way of shifting and being able to provide these certifications online throughout the pandemic. But there are other areas in which we may have not certified before, auto collision being one of them. We feel that auto service excellence and painting and refinishing, judging by the infrastructure that we have in that particular program, and our instructor should be able to provide our kids an opportunity to certify in that. Now, our curriculum and what we're looking at now is looking to certainly certify students in that. In years past, they had not. They did certify in what was SP2 Auto, but that did not fall under the A to F accountability measure. Now, we talk a lot about A to F accountability measure, and although our career center is located at Riverside High School, our main emphasis this year is to emphasize that it is our career center and it belongs to the entire Ysleta Independent School District versus a stigma that may have been that it just belongs to Riverside High School. And certainly we want to separate those two, and we'll discuss a little bit more of that later. And looking down here, here's a couple of more areas in regards to certification that we have. And I want to touch on the areas of focus, because I know that's going to be a hot topic, certainly. When we look at areas of focus, we look at areas that we feel may have not been successful or may have not navigated what was the pandemic that well. Our goal this year has been to have an instructional focus, certainly, that's aligned to what our goals are. So much like what you'll find in planning for EOC, for advanced academics, we plan on a weekly basis for what is our Career Center. So a PLC that's directed and geared entirely towards the Career Center. We do that once, often twice a week. Our agenda items are as what we mentioned. What is our future, our people, and then what is our investment? So we're talking about work-based learning opportunities. We're talking about instructional feedback as far as walkthroughs are concerned and how that's aligned to the certifications that are particular to each teacher. And then we're talking about, on a weekly basis, what's coming down the pipeline as far as our construction and our remodel and our renovation. We talk individually, and certainly I set these up, and we call these career-centered conversations. These are conversations that I have the opportunity to speak individually and talk about data and talk about where we were, where we are, where we want to be within the next few years as far as our certifications and what it's going to take to get there. I can honestly tell you that that is no easy task, certainly, when you're working with so many different professionals outside the realm of education, but certainly those conversations lead to really rich discussion that ultimately is just geared and centered on what our certifications are. Our Career Center logo, as many of you all may know, had what was an orange and blue sign, and at the bottom it said the Career Center at Riverside High School. This is the new design, certainly something that it gives you I guess you would consider it a cog, and the colors are a little bit more neutral to what the district is, and certainly has the district logo right there underneath. I feel personally that this particular logo is going to be a great opportunity to introduce what's going to be the new building and what's going to be the new upgrades of the building as far as what direction we're going with our career center. With that, I think we are up with the facilities update. But before we go into the facilities update, I do want to open it up certainly for questions that you all may have of myself, and I would love to answer to the best of my ability questions in regards to what's been going on the last few months at the Career Center.
Mr. Haggerty?
I just had a few questions.
Yes, sir.
The Adobe certification, what programs does that cover? What are they tested on to get that certification?
I'm sorry. For which one in particular, Mr. Haggerty?
The Adobe?
The Adobe is going to fall under audio video. Yeah, so our students in audio video, they do the Adobe test.
I guess what Adobe products are they being tested on?
I'm sorry, sir?
What Adobe products are they being tested on? What is
the specificity of the Adobe?
Right, like, is it a Photoshop? Is it, what programs do they need to know when they go take the test?
Right, no, it would fall under Photoshop and what falls under Adobe, but as far as like the specificity of it.
My other ones are kind of centered around those two, like the cybersecurity, is that Security Plus that the kids are taking?
Right, so the cybersecurity is two. It's CompTIA, and then it's what is the remote drone pilot. Now, these, to my understanding, at least as far as cybersecurity, is a relatively difficult certification.
If it's the Security Plus one, I think it's extremely impressive that these kids are taking it, passing it.
Yes, sir.
With that certification, you can start a job at $60,000, $80,000.
In speaking with Mr. Palomino, and I'd like to touch on that because I know there was questions as far as, to have 1 or 7. And speaking to Mr. Palomino, who's actually served in cybersecurity for the district, and then now he serves as our instructor. According to him, yes, that's exactly correct. Not only is it extremely difficult, but the salary out the gate just for having the CompTIA or the remote drone is.
And then based on the success of the real estate, would it be possible to look at maybe expanding it to include mortgage lending and maybe insurance?
I don't see why not. I think certainly piloting it the next couple of few years to see the growth measures of it, to see how well the students are doing just with the certification, the introductory certification. I think it can certainly lead to that. And a lot of it's going to be due to the instructor that we're able to go out and get. They certainly have to be, have the real estate license, but also, have the particular certifications that are necessary to teach the course. Yes, sir.
And then that Unity is also very impressive. That's another one that's, I think it's just as difficult as a Security Plus, but it pays just as good when they.
And I'd like to talk a little bit about the Unity certified programmer. Mr. Dixon is also another gentleman that served the district outside of the capacity of the classroom. And currently, right now, the Unity curriculum he has in doing walkthroughs, and these are weekly walkthroughs with him. You'd be very surprised as far as the coding that the kids are doing. He's also gone out of his way to create an esports gaming league, currently undefeated in their couple of weeks in play. And a lot of what he's reached out, and it's actually a unique group when you go into that classroom because you're not going to find your traditional student. You have students that may be a little bit more introverted, but they excel and they shine when it comes to online gaming. They find a home in online gaming, and certainly, that's somewhere where they demonstrate probably the most skills you'll find in a lot of people.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rillo, thank you for your presentation. I would tell you, because the wheels at the city go slow, but Ms. Leeper knows everybody over there. Let's go ahead and change the name of that street right now. I'm serious. Because it's going to take that long, but let's go ahead and change it, and let's find something cool.
Yes, sir.
We can call it. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with the word vocational. So I'll just have you let you know that.
Yes.
The other thing too is that Dr. De La Torre had talked to us about cybersecurity And I'm excited to see the program here, particularly the remote drone pilot. This is something that Ms. Rendon and Robert Basurto and I think Fernie was with us on that trip. We had the opportunity to talk to some folks, and I'm excited about that. I would challenge us as a district that I think we've got some really good stuff here as a good start, but I would ask us that we start planning for the next 3 to 5 years or 3 to 7 years, something like that, and talk about the other things that might attract our students or create opportunity. The pandemic has shown that, and prior to the pandemic, there's a whole bunch of baby boomers that are getting ready to leave the workforce, and they're just aging out. And in some cases, they don't have a choice. You know, things like going back to, and sorry, Dr. Chacon, going back to aeronautics and going back to other programs like that. I'd like to see us have something for the future so we can work towards that, start establishing those relationships, you know, going forward. And then, you know, even working with our partner at Marathon Oil, you know, they have some amazing type technology jobs over there. The other part, too, is that Mr. Rosales' comments about, you know, having corporate citizens or corporate presence in El Paso, yeah, that's been a real big issue and continues to be a huge issue. But what we have learned during the pandemic is that we can have virtual relationships. And so, especially when it comes to technology, we can bring those virtual partnerships to our district. And while I would like to have, you know, a major technology firm set up in El Paso, you know, there's nothing to say we can't work with a Google, we can't work with other companies like that. Amazon's going to have a presence here, and there's great opportunities there. So let's look at that, and let's come up with something for the future. And I would ask that we do that as a district. So.
No, and I appreciate that. I will send out, and certainly I'll email the board this week's newsletter as it talks about global trends. And the number one global trend is career readiness, career preparation. And I believe the number 3 is in regards to technology, relationships, and integration. So that speaks to what you're saying, Mr. Ramirez. Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Well,
Mr.
one of the things through the course of time that I've been in business that comes up periodically is that, well, El Paso doesn't have a trained force. And so what we're doing here is we're preparing our children for that, to be trained, if you will. And when I say corporate, if we could start with a small group of companies that will hire 10 or 15 in transit while they graduate, tremendous opportunity economically. And then we go from there. But there's going to be it has to be a lot of major players involved with this thing. But one of the biggest things is that, well, you know, you're untrained out there, and I don't quite believe that, but that's the excuse that I've heard through the course of time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rovello, I was talking to Mr. Sotero. Can you send your newsletter, and when it comes out, maybe email? I know he wanted it. I don't know if the rest of the board members wanted that newsletter.
Sure.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I get it off Twitter, but.
Right. Yeah. Yes, sir. You know what? A lot of
we don't
it
have-
is, yeah, and really the purpose of the newsletter, and it came out on 4th of July, was just to inform. And we have several new high school principals that are doing a phenomenal job, and they're fully invested, certainly in our program. And for them to be able to communicate to their feeder patterns and to be able to communicate what we're doing at our program, it's really it's made a big impact, I think. What the newsletter does is it does give us analytics, and what the analytics do is they show us how long a person stayed on the particular newsletter, what links they clicked on, and that's kind of how we gauge what we place on the newsletter. It has a theme every week. It has an article of the week, and it'll normally have a TED Talk or a podcast that's relative to how we're navigating the pandemic as far as our particular careers in the program. So normally it's centered on that. There's a lot of celebration as far as the kids are concerned as well. We love to celebrate them certainly on social media and certainly on campus and recognize their efforts and their growth more than anything. But really, that's what the newsletter provides. And you'll find that a lot of campuses obviously do newsletters, but this is a newsletter for the entire district.
We had talked this a little bit with Dr. La Torre about if there's a way or method to track our kiddos once they do graduate from our programs, maybe a year after or so that we can show the income that they're bringing to the El Paso economy and how they're striving with the jobs that they're having right out of high school even.
Right, and I you know what, I think that's a wonderful idea. Certainly, it's something that we have discussed, and certainly I think something that we can attribute to when our new building is up and running and ready to go, to where we can have a "where are they now" type of wall of fame, if you will, and it gives kids kind of a representation or a testament as to where they can be in the next few years. Really, our goal and our job is to try to erase the stigma of, well, I'm going to go out and just into the workforce. If anything, it's I'm going to go out into the workforce and look to upskill in the particular position that I'm in. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you.
We're in trouble.
He's coming back. And he's much taller than I just have 2 quick slides because I know this is something that you have been looking for a while. Obviously, the work that they have done drives the design of this facility. We couldn't build because we didn't know what programs are we really going to be supporting. So this is just a rough diagram. I'll show you a 3D example of it in just a moment, but we're showing you from Midway back. The building at the bottom is the existing campus today where most of the classrooms are. Building A, Career and Tech, is towards the back, culinary and welding and the auto tech, and those other buildings. So you can see the programs actually identified here. The design has been underway. You saw a rendering probably 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that was designed by ASA Architects. They did the initial work. They are continuing to work on it because we want to take advantage of the investment we've already made. But tonight, you will also consider award of a CMAR contractor to take on this project. And the reason I'm showing you all 4 of the buildings is because we are packaging it all together. So you may recall from Bond 2019, this campus, in addition to its CTE additions and renovations, has refrigerated air upgrades. That gym is miserably hot, and we've worked on it a lot with Trustee Bustillos. So fire sprinkler system, ADA stage access, the security vestibule. So all of that we're packaging together under one CMAR, and we're bringing them on early because we want them to work with the design team to determine how to phase this. Where do we start? How do we do it? Because they can't be there, obviously, in buildings B, C, and D when we're actually renovating or remodeling. And the scope of work has grown, but it's appropriate. Building B, Dr. Chacon and I walked it and said it looks like it was built in the 50s and has not been changed since. So that definitely needs improvement. So Building A gets primarily the HVAC upgrade, fire sprinkler system, those kind of improvements. Building B, the foundation and the building itself, the shell, will stay, but we're going to renovate and remodel inside. Building C is going to be demolished completely and rebuilt. And then Building D also will be a renovation because some of the programs that are there have been renovated recently and are in good shape. So that's kind of an overview of how this will work. You will have an action item to consider in just a little bit for award of the CMAR to move forward with the project. And I think that's the end of mine. Yes, so back to Ms. Guillen.
Good evening, Board President Ochoa, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. De La Torre. I'm here to talk about the P-TECH Academy. So there's a lot of pieces, as you all have learned today, in regards to college readiness. So we have dual credit, we have AP, we have the Career Center at Riverside High School, but the P-TECH Academy is very specific, and it lives at Riverside High School. So this is something that's very unique, and it's specific to our campus. And the P-TECH Academy is a dual credit program that focuses around 3 different pathways, which I'll share in a little bit. But so anybody that wants to be participating in the P-TECH Academy does have to enroll at Riverside High School and come to school there. And this is a program that is not a 4-year program or a 2-year program. This is a program that takes students 6 years to complete, because after they go through our dual credit that we offer at Riverside, they have to enroll at EPCC and then finish the 6 years there. So it'd be 4 + 2 is why we say 6 years. And so what exactly is the P-TECH Academy? The P-TECH Academy is focused around 3 different areas. So the P-TECH Academy is not cosmetology, it is not culinary, it is not the dual credit academy. What the P-TECH Academy is it focuses around architecture, automotive technology, and diesel technologies. So those are the 3 programs that students have the opportunity to study and really focus on. And then once they're done with us, they go to EPCC, and these are the certifications that they will earn. So we're not saying that you go to Riverside and then you become an engineer or an architect or anything like that. We're saying we're going to give you a very focused instruction on learning what those careers are, and then, but we're also going to start you already on your dual credit. And what's really nice that we're very proud of at Riverside High School is that we have, we're bringing it up to speed as far as a packaged program of what we call our Riverside High School Dual Credit Academy. So in the past, we offer dual credit. So the dual credit has always been there. But what's different now is that we looked at the UTEP core curriculum. So what does UTEP consider to be their basics? What does every freshman, no matter if you're going to be a doctor, lawyer, astronaut, whatever you're going to be, what does UTEP say you have to have as basics in order to begin all of those careers you want to take? And that's what they call their core curriculum courses, or basics. So what we're doing at Riverside High School is we are now offering and packaging that program for our students starting their 9th grade year. So you've got the Dual Credit Academy at Riverside High School, and you have the P-TECH Academy at Riverside High School. And what we did is we married them together. And so now the kids that are P-TECH are not only waiting until they're juniors to start taking all these dual credit courses, when they're freshmen, we're starting them with dual credit speech, dual credit education 1300, and so they become dual credit students since they're freshmen. And then their sophomore year, they take music appreciation, et cetera, and then they get to that final dual credit courses that will prepare them to then go on to EPCC and finish. So it's a 4 to 6 year program for our P-TECH Academy. But again, why is it different now, and why do we believe we're really going to get the biggest bang for our buck? 3 things. We are taking advantage that we are right down the hallway from the from the Career Center. And then we're also taking advantage of the new Dual Credit Academy at Riverside and basically marrying them together. And with the remodel, we just feel that it's going to do the advertising for itself. And here we wanted to present to you, we want to be upfront with you and show you the numbers that we have had in the past and that we have right now for the students that are actually enrolled in the programs. So we know that we need to do a lot of work in diesel technologies and in some of these, but again, I think that what's different now is that we're very focused. And like you heard from Mr. Robledo. Yes. What you heard from him is we're very focused on instruction, and we're very focused weekly on what's going on at the Career Center. And so we feel that because of that focus, plus the remodel, plus what we opened up at Riverside as far as Dual Credit Academy, it's all really making sense now. And we're able to explain to parents they get confused. What's the P-TECH Academy? What's the Dual Credit Academy? What's the Career Center? What does this mean? And so now all our presentations, they're very clear cut so that they can make a choice of what do they want. And we feel that from here on out, we're going to have great success in recruiting and especially keeping our kids at Riverside with this particular program. Okay. And that concludes our presentation.
Any questions? Not?
We're done. So I just got finished. Okay. Ms. Steeper, this one's for you. Do we know where we're allocating the kids and how we're doing that for the remodel?
I'm sorry, did you ask me if we know where we're relocating?
Yes.
So primarily, we are trying to work, we tried working with EPCC. They're not really back to normal operations there. So we are looking at an agreement perhaps with Southwest University. They've extended an offer and seem to be willing to help us. There are a couple of classes they can't accommodate, but we think we've worked out a phasing plan where we work on building C while we keep building B functional and kind of shift people around so that we don't have to take advantage of outside entities any more than necessary. So yes, absolutely. The construction schedule originally was going to be January to May 23, más o menos. So what we are doing now, we've delayed it slightly because we needed to know what those programs were going to be. I anticipate demo will begin somewhere around December, January, February, March. There's got to be some abatement. And then construction starts April and then the next fall.
Okay. My next question, Mr. Robledo, do we know what the enrollment is right now for just the Career Center?
Enrollment, current enrollment right now
Yes.
for Career Center,
Yes.
I would give you a little under 400.
A little under
roughly.
400.
We started out at 400, a little over 400, and we did have some students, which is common from what I'm understanding in previous years, that changed their minds towards the latter half. Whenever a student does decide to not be in the Career Center, we do look to offer them other opportunities in the Career Center that maybe the particular program they're dropping, they might want to consider another program. I'll give you an example of an Eastwood student that we had that did not want to be in diesel technology anymore. However, we slided that student right over into gaming. And it's funny to see, you know, the different spectrums that they want to go into, but really often it's what's trending or what their focus goals are. So I do anticipate early on, just from what we've seen in the two schools that we have visited, and certainly some of the recruitment efforts that we're going to have later on down the line, not only for Career Center, but also for P-TECH, to this upcoming school year to be a banner year as far as enrollment is concerned, despite what the construction's going to look like over the next couple of years.
And lastly, I just want to thank this board, Dr. De La Torre, the cabinet, and everybody that's taken part in this. I know I started 5 years ago now, and I think our Career Center was almost non-existent. And with the board and Dr. De La Torre and his team, we have gone to where we are now. And now the team that we have here is consistent, and I just love the way and the direction that it's going, and I hope the rest of the board is equally as happy as that. And I hope that we can continue to improve it. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Our final presentation is the summary report, and should the board have any questions for Ms. Shi, she's at your disposal. Champagne?
Good evening, President Ochoa, all board members, Dr. De La Torre. That's I hope. Okay. So this is the PowerPoint that you have. This report summarizes the activities we have since last board meeting. And before I go into all of these, just to refresh everybody, the audit process. We take average about 2 to 6 weeks, depends on different projects, to complete the initial audit. And then we give, with the board's directive, that we have 3.5 weeks for the department chair or the principal to give us the corrective action plan if there's any audit findings. And usually we can turn around to issue the corrective action plan report within a day to 3 days, depends on the situation. And then within 6 months to a year, depends on the situation, then we come back to do the follow-up audit. So when this is the whole audit cycle, okay? So since last time that we have 27 active projects, and so far since January, we have completed 38 projects so far. And since last board meeting to now, we don't have any highlight cases. And the audit report with different 3 stages. It's issued to 8 of you at the same time. And then the 3 chief officers also get them as well. The next one, the next slide. Okay, so this one is the initial audit report we have for transportation department. And the report they issue, the report they send to you all, just to refresh everybody, it has the cover package, and then the summary page, executive summary page, and then the table of content, and with all the details. So these was issued to you on a weekly basis. Whatever audit report issues, for example, it was issued on September 27, then that Friday you will get this report in the package sent to you. And here is just the quick summary of what was in the audit observation. Basically, is audit finding, and the corrective action plan, we have received it, and the status was addressed pending verification. When we receive the corrective action plan, we look at whether the finding was addressed, meaning we could verify, then we say addressed, and that would close the audit. If the items were to be verified in the near future, then we say addressed pending verification, and if not, we'll say not addressed. And these were the audit report, other than the department, these were the campus audits, Loma Terrace, Sageland, Vista Hill, Bel Air High Schools, and these were the report issued with the different dates that I listed there, with a summary of the findings in those. Here is the corrective action plan report issued with the department, accounting payroll department, with the middle schools and elementary schools. And these were all, the findings were addressed, and we will verify if the corrective action plan they mentioned in the corrective action plan was implemented or not. That would be addressed in the follow-up audit. And here were the follow-up audit report that we issued since last board report. So for guidance counseling, the finding, the corrective action plan mentioned since last audit, it was all addressed and do so. Now with the campus audit, one of them, we still need to have more monitoring in the ADA coding area, and this will be the situation. And here are the current projects going on. We have 2 high schools, 3 departments, and 5, actually we have 3 more for the audit we already act on. Everybody's support, everyone's cooperation, then district has a wonderful, successful operation and management. Now I can entertain any questions.
Questions? Getting back to that transportation,
yes, sir.
The overtime practices, have they been addressed, and has that part of they've already been corrected?
The action was mentioned in the response that the transportation standard operation procedures would be updated.
Would be what?
Would be updated.
Updated.
To, I think maybe it's better.
I think that needs something to be updated now, not 6 weeks from now, not.
So may I respond?
Sure.
Good evening, thank you. So when we talk about overtime, there are several things to take into consideration. And I'm actually rather pleased with this overtime report, but I think you're seeing it out of context. So in the information presented through the audit report, you can see that 5 years ago or so, They were over budget in overtime by like $600,000. The standard operating procedures for drivers was implemented, and it's followed to the T. Our challenge has been that we don't have enough drivers. And so we utilize mechanics, clerks, anyone with a CDL. In fact, if you have one, I've got a job for you, because we just have a hard time manning all of those routes. And so what we are doing to the standard operating procedure for drivers is expanding it to include mechanics, foremen, supervisors, dispatchers, anyone that has a CDL and can help us get those kids to school and home. We're adding them into that process so that they also get pre-approval before they go out and drive the route or earn the overtime, and the department director will approve it before it's paid. That already happens with drivers, and I'm pleased because as I looked at this report, we have reduced overtime in the last 5 years by nearly 43%. So if you compare what we had before to where we are at the end of 2021's fiscal year, and mind you, it was short by 3 months, but we reduced overtime by 43%. That's the purpose behind an overtime policy. And in my mind, we followed it to a T, and that driver overtime has been dramatically reduced.
So do we have to address the policy in it?
So we are amending the standard operating procedures to not just be applicable to drivers, but the same great process that's in place for drivers will now be expanded to cover mechanics and these other people that have CDLs and can help us fulfill those routes. Yeah. Another thing I would point out is that we always budget 100% as if all our bus driver positions were filled. We always budget that way. So if we have 300 drivers, we budget to fill every single position. We never fill them. So in salaries, which you can't see in the report, there is a dramatic savings. In fact, last year or the year before, it was $1.5 million in savings. There's only 1 year encompassed in this 5-year snapshot where we didn't have salary savings covering the overtime. And it was nominal, like $10,000 was uncovered by the salary savings. So yes, we're addressing the overtime for those ancillary other positions that are going to help fill the route needs that we have by amending the standard operating procedures.
Okay. Yes, because was stated was overtime practices not consistent with departmental policy.
Right, so that standard operating procedure, which is really applicable to drivers, didn't expand to cover these other positions. Okay. We will change that so it covers those others when it's required that they drive.
Okay, is that part of the corrective action plan?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. It was listed as the pilot corrective action. They will amend the SOP to include not just, because currently it's only applicable to the bus drivers, but it will be included to the dispatcher and mechanics and other people.
I will caution that the reason it hasn't occurred immediately is because SOPs are always developed with a committee of drivers. So we took an entire week before the school year started and reviewed every page of the standard operating handbook. So when we go back to amend it, we have to take it through a committee vetting process, so it's not something I can just go on.
No, but I meant by action has already been taken to correct this. Even if, like you say, it's savings and all this, but we just want to be compliant with all our policies and compliant with all our policies.
We're not out of compliance, we just...
Well, it says not consistent with departmental policies.
And we will fix it.
I just want to just piggyback on what you said. As long as we save $1.5 million and we're getting amended, that's all I need to know, because...
Well, we want to cover the routes. We want to make sure those kiddos get to and from school, take care of their extra runs, those field trips and extra activities, games, get band to the stadium on time. Those things are challenges right now.
And still save $1.5 million. Okay, I'm all right.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I think we deserve a little bit of a break, 10-minute break before we come back. So it's 8:15. We'll reconvene at 8:25. I reconvene this meeting at 8:27. We shall proceed now with our agenda review. We'll discuss the agenda items as listed in the posted notice of the regular meeting of the Ysleta ISD Board of Trustees for October 20th, 2021, and related recommended motions with the superintendent and executive cabinet, and receive responses to questions and/or requests for additional information through the superintendent in preparation for deliberation and action on said items at the October 2021 regular Board of Trustees meeting. Consent items. Please stop me if you have any questions and you wish to pull any item. Item number 1, Board of Trustees workshop and regular board meeting, September 15, 2021, 6 p.m. Consent item number 2, monthly financials update as of August 2021. Number 3, 2021-22 District Improvement Plan.
Mr. Ochoa, I'd like to ask that we move that for 1 month to November's agenda, please.
Okay, we will move it to November. Number 4, annual report of cooperative purchasing fees. Going to the pool consent agenda items, we have the donation to the Del Valle High School football program. Donation to the Hanks High School, that was number 2, is donation to the Hanks High School from LB and Sons. Policy items, number 1, revision of policy EIF, local academic achievement graduation.
Excuse
Sure.
me, Mr. Ochoa. Thank you. Board members, I believe you received a BC showing how the rationale on that was incorrectly listed, and that the rationale is instead, it's very simple. If you want me to read it into the record, I'm happy to do that. So the rationale for that item should be: the proposed revision retains the graduation requirements of a college readiness assessment and application prior to the end of a student's senior year, but moves details to EIR regulation and makes other minor language changes. EIF, I'm sorry, that should be EIF regulation.
All right. Yes, sir.
President Ochoa, also on the policy under private or commercial programs, you have see also, at the end of that statement, you have see also EHAC. I was just wondering if we could add what EHAC means instead of just having the abbreviation. I don't want to change to it, just want to add a clarification.
Where are we looking at?
I'm on page, packet page 32.
Oh.
And I don't have that heading in front of me, but we certainly can add that. I can tell you what that is by the time we vote, if you'd like, and give you a motion.
And it's the item private or commercial programs, and at the end of the statement or that paragraph, it says see also EHAC. I'm just asking you to define that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. It's on packet page 32. I'm sorry. It's on package page 32, Mr. Rosales. I just scrolled down to get to it. Ms. Matheson.
Oh, way down.
President Ochoa, is it EHAC legal or local, or a regulation?
It's on page 102.
I believe it's packet page 39 is the way I printed it out.
It's a
No.
policy item, right?
Well, I guess my question is it refer to EHAC legal or does it refer to EHAC local?
Dr. Chacon, I believe your folks back there, they have the answers for us on that. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. Just drew a blank. I'm sorry? Ms. Munoz. I'm sorry, Ms. Munoz. I apologize.
I believe it's EHAC legal. I don't have it in front of me because EHAC, the regulation EHAC, deals with skip lote courses.
Okay.
So I don't have it in front of me, but I can definitely get on the laptop and pull it. But I believe it's EHAC legal because that deals with instruction.
Okay. Just as long as we get it right on the policy. Thank you.
That's policy.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz.
You're
That's policy EIF that we're talking about?
EHAC?
The one that he's referring to is EHAC.
And I do have the name of that policy.
And what's that?
The name of the policy is EHAC Legal, Basic Instructional Program, Required Instruction, Secondary.
It's here if you wanted to.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Thank you.
that'll be added to the
Thank you.
policy change.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Continuing, action item number 1, amendment to scope of contract number 201-80034 with GA Architecture Incorporated. Action item number 2, approval of award YISD solicitation number 2004 RFP BP 10 Rio Bravo Middle School, Parkland High School, and Ysleta High School upgrades and renovations.
I have a question. I just wanted to confirm that the Ysleta learning community will have their work done before Parkland, correct? Is that right? Okay, I withdraw the question.
Action item number 3, approval of award YSD solicitation number 222003 RFP BP 07 Riverside High School CTE addition and renovations. All right, let's continue with the pool consent. Oh, well, wait a minute. Missing one. Okay, the order of agenda has been approved. May I have an electronic motion and second on the remaining consent agenda items listed on this agenda as recommended by the administration? Oh, better get out of this. Mr. Haggerty?
President Cho, I move to approve the remaining consent items.
Okay, I have a second by Ms. Lucero. Please cast your votes. All votes have been cast. 6 in favor and 1 opposed.
It was 1 absent, not 1 opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was 6-0.
One was absent. You correct me, thank you. No wonder I was surprised. Okay. All right, we will continue with full consent agenda items, donation to the Del Valle High School football program.
Did you have to read the executive session, closed session item?
Not yet. Okay.
No, sir, we
Yeah.
don't.
That's it. Okay, number one, a donation to the Valle High School football program using your electronic can. Is there any discussion? No further discussion. May I have a motion? Ms. Lucero.
I move to approve a donation to the district for the benefit of the Valle High School's football program in the amount of $6,250 from Sandoval and James PLCC.
We have a second by Mr. Bustillos. Please cast your votes.
It's PLLC. PLLC.
All votes have been cast, 6 in favor, and 1 is absent. So, all right. Now we go on to the next item is donation to Hanks High School from LB and Sons. Using your electronic hand, is there any discussion? I just want to thank LB and Sons for their donation. I think Hanks High School students will really benefit from the work that will be done on the boys' locker room. And I think those improvements are needed, and we value their participation and willingness to help out Hanks High School with this project. No further discussion. May I have a motion? I gotta get back in that. Yeah, I know, but it's skipped out of there. It knocked me out.
President Ochoa, while we were waiting, what is the scope of the work that they're going to be doing?
We're at Hanks.
Yes, sir.
All I know is that they're going to do locker room improvements for the boys.
That's cool.
All right, here we go. I move to approve a donation to the district for the benefit of Hanks High School valued at $12,564.94 from LB and Sons for the boys' locker room improvements. We have a second by Mr. Soltero. Please cast your electronic votes. Votes have been cast. Results are 6 in favor, and that's it. Next on is to the policy items. Revision to policy EIF local academic achievement graduation. Using your electronic hand, is there any discussion?
President Ochoa. Sorry.
Mr. Haggerty.
I just wanted to thank all the administration that worked on this and the board for the opportunity to go and just refine it to what it is now. I think it's a fantastic policy, and I sure appreciate all the work that was put into it. Thank you.
If no further discussion, may I have a motion? Mr. Haggerty.
President Ochoa, I'm happy to move to approve Ysleta specific revision to policy EIF local academic achievement. And when you get to there, just put and as requested in the board workshop, the changes that the board recommended. To include changes as requested in the board workshop, graduation as shown in the board backup.
We have a second by Ms. Lucero. Please cast your votes. All votes have been cast. We have 6 in favor, none opposed. Okay, action items number 1. amendment to the scope of contract number 201-80034 with GA Architecture Incorporated. Using your electronic hand, is there any discussion? No further discussion. May I have a motion? Mr. Ramirez.
President Ochoa, I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number 222004 RFP, BP10 Rio Bravo Middle School, Parkland High School, and Ysleta High School upgrade and renovations to Baines General Contractors, Inc. for $30,000 for pre-construction services and construction manager fee of 3% of cost of construction from 2019 bond funds, contingent upon final negotiations and legal counsel review of final contracts. Am I the wrong one?
You jumped.
Oh, I'm reading the other one. Sorry. I move to approve award. Correction. I move to approve award of YSD solicitation number 2223 RFP BPO7. No, I'm still at the wrong one. Okay, somebody else ought to do this, I think. Okay. I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number.
No.
No? I move to approve contract of number 2018-0034 with GA Architecture, Inc. to add scope to include, no, that's not the right one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, yes.
That's the one.
But it says Hanks High School.
Well, that's, you already
To
did
similar
that.
remaining lifestyle, secure entry, and HVAC works for Hanks High School at the same fee rate of 6% of actual construction cost. And I apologize.
That's fine.
I wasn't making light of that.
We have a second by Mr. Rosales. Please cast your votes. That's fine. It's been a long night.
I apologize.
All right, votes have been cast, 6 in favor, none opposed. Action item number 2, approval of YSD solicitation number 222004 RFP BP 10 Rio Bravo Middle School, Parkland High School, and Ysleta High School upgrades and renovations.
In that order.
Using your electronic hand, is there any discussion? No further discussion. May I have a motion? Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you, President Ochoa. I move to approve award of YISD solicitation number 222004 RFP BP10 Rio Bravo Middle School, Parkland High School, and Ysleta High School upgrade and renovations to Baines General Contractors, Inc. for $30,000 for pre-construction services and construction manager fee of 3% of cost of construction from 2019 bond funds, contingent upon final negotiations and legal counsel review of final contracts with guaranteed maximum price and estimated cost of construction presented at a subsequent board meeting.
We have a second by Mr. Rosales. Please cast your votes. Votes have been cast. We have 6 in favor, none opposed. Action item number 3, approval of award YSD solicitation number 222003 RFP BP07 Riverside High School CTE addition and renovations using your electronic hand. Is there any discussion? No further discussion. May I have a motion? Mr. Bustillos.
I move to approve award of YSD solicitation of 222003 RFP BP07 Riverside High School CTE addition and renovations to Buford Thompson Company LLC for $15,000 for pre-construction services and construction construction manager fee of 2.65% of the cost of construction from 2019 bond funds, contingent upon final negotiations and legal consultant review of final contract with guaranteed maximum price and estimated cost of construction presented at the subsequent board meeting.
We have a second by Ms. Lucero. Please cast your votes. Votes have been cast. Results are 6 in favor, none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Board of Trustees has determined that a closed meeting of the Board of Trustees is required to discuss the items set forth in the posted agenda for this date. Such closed meeting is authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, including but not limited to the sections and purposes covered by the following section of the Texas Government Code, 551.071, 72, 73, 74, 76, 82, 127, 821, 83, and 84. Should any final decision, action or decision or vote be required with regard to any matter considered in closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in the open meeting or at a subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now go into closed session in the Rio Grande Room at 8:48 p.m. Being this meeting of the Board of Trustees with Charlie Bustillos, Sotero Ramirez, Shane Haggerty, Mike Rosales, and Catherine Lucero, and myself, Cruz Ochoa, at 9:41 p.m. After, let's see, okay. At this time, we'd like to have a discussion and take possible action regarding resolution of YSD versus Hernandez TEA docket number 042-LH-05-2021. May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman? As follows. The board accepts the recommendation of the IHE through October 20th, 2021, and further agrees to resolve the matter by immediately placing A. Hernandez on suspension without pay, pending an acquittal or dismissal of the criminal charges against him, in which event he will be reinstated with his agreement that he will not appeal the suspension or this action. In the event that he is reinstated, he will receive back pay for the period of the suspension. These terms will be confirmed by a separate written agreement.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Rosales. Do we have a second? I second the motion. Cruz Ochoa. Okay. Please cast your votes. Votes have been cast. We have 4 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, we're going to go back into closed session. Is that it? At 9:44. I got to read it all again? Okay. The Board of Trustees had determined that a closed meeting of the Board of Trustees is required to discuss items set forth in the posted agenda for this date. Such closed meetings are authorized by the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, including but not limited to the sections and purposes covered by the following section of the Texas Government Code, 551.071, 72, 73, 74, 76, 82, 127, 821, 83, and 84. Should any final decision or vote be required with regard to any matter considered in the closed session, the final action, decision, or vote shall be in the open meeting or at a subsequent public meeting with notice. The board will now go into closed session in the Rio Grande room at 9:45. I reconvene this meeting of the Board of Trustees with Charlie Bustillos, Soltero Ramirez, Shane Haggerty, Catherine Lucero, and myself, Cruz Ochoa. Mike Rosales was excused, he had to leave. At 10:32. Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. So moved.
Adjourn. Thank you.